We have. Hello. We're back. It's Sunday again, and yeah, this is us streaming. And I hope you had a good week, everyone. And yeah, today we'll be playing the game Riven. Now, what you see in front of you is the original Riven from 1997. We are going to be playing the remake, Riven from 2024. Which is quite faithful to the original, but is just in some ways a little less frustrating. But I thought before we actually start, we should take a moment to look at the original. And so that's why I have my copy of GOG open here, because that's where I have Riven. Be a little bit patient. Launching all these games while the stream is going will take slightly longer in some spots, although this one is immediately there. I don't know if you saw that, but there's a great. There was a flash of a different logo there, Scum VM. So actually, the official version of Myst, of Riven, which is, by the way, part two of Myst. That is actually the that's actually running using Scum VM, not using the original Mohawk engine. So basically, little history lesson. I mentioned this before when we played Myst. That Riven, that Myst was originally made with a, let's call it, a programming environment for beginners called HyperCard. And HyperCard was Mac only. It was from Apple, came for free with every Mac that you bought at the time. And when Myst was made, the Miller brothers, Cyan was the name of their company, they had been making black and white HyperCard games for years, and basically they used a kind of souped up version of HyperCard to actually run the game Myst. And then came the time where Ubisoft, their distributor, said, you know, we also want a version for Windows. And so Ubisoft actually went and wrote a program that kind of, I think they basically exported a lot of the information from the HyperCard version of Myst into a custom file format and then wrote their own engine that ran these games on Windows machines. And for Riven, apparently, I think the original design by the Miller brothers for Riven was still made using HyperCard, but they never shipped the HyperCard version. So the HyperCard version of that was just a prototype. And then what Ubisoft did was create a version of their Mohawk engine for Macs and export all the stuff from the Cyan HyperCard version, so that it would run both on Macs and on Windows. That was kind of necessary because HyperCard was a general purpose programming environment made to be easy to use. And so people actually, well, it did a lot of stuff that wasn't actually needed for Myst. And so that meant the game clocked in, just the HyperCard engine clocked in at about, I think it was 1 megabyte, something like that. And used 2 megabytes of RAM, I think, which at that time wasn't super high anymore, but was still not little. And so, and basically, this Mohawk engine is a lot smaller, and I think it still uses a good chunk of RAM because, of course, they still have to load the full color pictures. But like the engine itself is a lot smaller because really they don't use that much of the fancy things. You know, HyperCard can do lots of mathematics and can do yeah, can just do a lot of stuff and contained a lot of code for the black and white graphics. And Myst is a and Riven were color only games, so you didn't actually need any of this code. But it was in there. It was part of HyperCard, and HyperCard had a plug-in interface that they used to add additional features like color, just in general, color cursors, color graphics, uh, movie playback was also a plug-in. So this entire plug-in interface basically was most of the part that they used, and they didn't really use much of the rest of the program. And so there was just they could save themselves a lot of disk space and RAM by just using their own engine on Mac as well. But it was just more convenient to develop for, I guess, because of course HyperCard just contained its own editing tools, whereas like it contained a paint program and it contained music playback and things like that, and like not just music playback but like melodies and things like that, which you didn't really need for Riven or Myst. And so that was basically where they were and why this new engine existed. And that's interestingly not, they didn't port that one to newer Windows versions, but actually they went years later and donated. I think they actually donated some code, but someone correct me if I'm wrong, from their Mohawk engine. And but the thing is that ScumVM, the engine you probably know most for letting you run LucasArts point and click adventures. That's where it got its name. Scum is script creation utility for Maniac Mansion. And originally they were only limited to that engine. But since they have like a whole abstraction layer so that ScumVM gets ported to lots of platforms, but if you add a new engine to ScumVM now, they only write against this abstraction layer. They just have to say, I want a picture here, or I want to play back a movie or something. And if the codec is a standard codec, you know, they don't have to like manually decode video frames or anything like that. And so that's why I guess Cyan went and said, hey, here, let's add Myst Mohawk engine to ScumVM, and then the people who do ScumVM will help us port it to newer platforms. And this is the only version of Riven that has been available for quite a while. And this is basically the same style of game engine as the original Myst. As I said, it's based on the Myst Windows engine. So that means it's basically all two-dimensional graphics, and they just put pre-rendered 3D graphics in there because back at that time computers didn't have big graphics card that could just run and could just live render objects. All right, so quick look. The options here. Zip mode is basically because back then this game came on 5 CDs, I think. And so it was, CDs aren't super fast to read from, and so going back and forth from point A to point B took quite a while just waiting for it to load stuff from the disk. And also, like, the display itself was rather slow. Of course, these days I have a couple of gigahertz and a dedicated graphics card in this PC. So, and zip mode was basically uh, like if you were in a location and clicked to go forward, it would not just go to the next spot, but rather it would quick jump to the next like branching point or the next point that is somehow interesting and not the intermediate spots because you couldn't just walk fluidly. You had to jump from one pre-rendered image to one. So it was kind of when you started playing the game, you wanted that, you wanted to see where you're going, wanted to have a sense of where you are. But then when you were zipping back and forth to solve a certain puzzle, pick up something here, drop it there, or switch something there, check on the other side if it actually had the effect you wanted, then many people turned on this zip mode, which would cut short some of the distances and also like use faster transition effects. Um, Similarly, they have a water effect. So, like in the landscape, water is kind of rippling. But that was something that only faster computers could really do. So, that was something you could turn off, and then you just had static water like in a painting. And the actual transition effects. So, here's the thing in the way I remember the original Riven and Myst being, the transitions were basically patterns. So they just took like if they did a crossfade, they couldn't change the alpha of one image, make it more transparent, and show behind it the opaque next picture. But rather, what they did was just they painted like individual pixels of the next frame at 100% opacity over it. So you kind of got like this grid effect, like several layers of like gridded pixels, and eventually it would just be the new picture. And if you do that fast enough, it looks like a crossfade, but you kind of see the dotting in there. So none of these effects, when I tried it earlier, whether capturing works, actually looks like that. And the difference between these crossfade effects is basically that they have fewer frames in between. So I'm just going to go to the best one, which has a lot of frames because this machine is fast enough. We're not waiting or anything, and it'll just be a smooth crossfade. But keep in mind that basically everything in this game was a little slower, and the crossfades weren't as smooth on these machines. Then again, if they had the real pixelated crossfade effect, how I remember it from the old game, in this game, you'll have to keep in mind that we are all watching this on TFT displays. And on cathode ray tube displays that you had at the time, kind of pixels would kind of afterglow, and so such a crossfade, even though it did individual pixels, kind of got smoothed out a little bit. So if you were to play the actual original game engine on a modern machine, it would look way too crisp and not as smooth as it did back then. So also keep that in mind because like a lot of the graphics here have pixel edges and compression artifacts and things, and they were kind of slightly blurred out on original hardware of the time, and we're going to see them much more prominently. That said, there were noticeable compression artifacts even back then in the games. Okay, so there aren't many other settings here, which is also why I'm now doing a screen capture and not the usual window capture, because there is no way to switch this version of ScumVM. into windowed mode. Apparently, I was surprised because like F5, the usual settings key, that's just that screen that you see. There is no windowed mode, which is kind of weird. Okay, so let's start a new game and get to see the intro how it was back then. You'll also see that kind of this original game was at a time where 16 by 9 or 16 by 10 displays weren't as common. So this is 4 by 3, so you will get black bars on the sides. And since the makers of this game were kind of, I wanted cinematic, and so put black bars at the top and the bottom sometimes, it'll be a smaller picture in the middle of the window at some, or in the middle of the screen at some times. But since we're only playing this game a little bit at the start and then switching to the 2024 remake, which is full screen, I'm not going to put a lot of effort into like resizing everything. So yeah, let's just start a new game. And as you see, it's continuing the tradition of ever fancier logos.
Thank God you've returned. I need your help. There's a great deal of history that you should know, but I'm afraid that I must continue my writing. Here. Most of what you'll need to know is in there. Keep it well hidden. For reasons you'll discover, I can't send you to Riven with a way out. But I can give you this. It appears to be a linking book back here to Dunny. But it's actually a one-man prison. You'll need it, I'm afraid, to capture Gan. Once you've found Catherine, signal me, and I'll come with a linking book to bring us back. There's also a chance, if this all goes well, that I might be able to get you back to the place that you came from.
Jo? Ferdigaje. Kakaware po. Modugo po. Tagema. Rekoa. Tagema. Su rekoa. Wisirapo. Umutika bukuanai. Wisirapo. 無敵は僕はない。僕はない。ミスラー僕はない。僕はない。僕はない。僕はない。
All right. Imagine, sitting here in the late 90s and this is the opening to a game. I think it's kind of cool. I remember at the time kind of laughing a bit about that guard guy. But, this was an impressive moment, and I mean, it was higher resolution than Myst. So, as you see, like, all you have is these fixed pre-rendered frames. You have the cursor that changes at the edges of the screen, or stays pointing where you can go forward. So we can turn now. And so now there's still that lever, and apparently that person has disappeared. And the guard is gone as well. If you turn here, okay, that's the thing we arrived in and we'd been trapped in. And this one is... Oh, we can actually look up here. Okay, that's some sort of knife. And as you see, like that pan-up effect, that's not actually a pan-up, but rather it's just they have the two pictures, and they slide the one off-screen and the other on-screen and back, You can see it a bit. There's like here there is a cut where you see that this picture doesn't line up with the other one. See that? Like, you can see it for a moment. Which of course makes sense, because if you look up, then everything is perspective distorted differently. But of course they're not recalculating the perspective. But, I think that was, that's a great way to do it. There were 3D games back then, but you have to keep in mind they were kind of the quality of the graphical fidelity, like Wolfenstein 3D, or maybe the original Doom. So it was straight walls with a bit of texturing on them, and 2D sprites for the enemies running around. You didn't have as much detail. And looking at this stuff here, it was amazing at the time to have realistic rock and realistic, copper domes and all these materials and the sand. Just, even given this was pre-rendered, this was amazing. Also, at that time, all other games were triangles. Yeah, basically. And it's a pretty good effect with the, side scrolling the one image out and the other in, that you get an idea I've turned. And, here it works pretty well. You just know you've turned 90 degrees. And of course you can walk forward. and you can look at... Interestingly, this water doesn't actually move, which is kind of... I think we turned on the water effect, right? So I don't know why we don't have that, but... and actually, if you look down there... Oh, there's the guard with his knife. And you can look back up. So the problem here is that kind of the indicator how much you're turning is very subtle. So in this spot, as you see, I've turned twice, and now I'm back here. I should have had one frame where I'm just looking at this wall on the right, and I don't. You can see it a little bit that this cursor kind of... It's not the straight pointing finger, it's kind of like a twisted turn back on yourself finger. And the idea is, you know, oh, here you're turning 180 degrees, not just 90. But this was kind of the main problem with this version of the game, at least for me, was that you turned and you didn't quite know how much you had turned. So in some that here you kind of end up turning up or down the stairs is kind of not that bad for your orientation because you can see the entire stairs going up and you know you're following them. But in other spots you can really get lost. Does Alt-Enter not work for switching between windowed and full screen? Yes and no. Apparently, yeah. But apparently that does slightly work. But at least you see now... Okay, this is a 4K screen, so... but you see now how few pixels that actually is. But thanks. Yeah, I guess I could maximize the window, but then... Yeah. Then... the problem is what I really need would be borderless full screen, but it's fine. It's... full screen is fine for me here. But thanks for the tip. It's definitely handy otherwise. But yeah, so... so this is a pretty interesting way of doing a game, and it looks really nice. But you can see... You can count the pixels, basically. But, you know, for that time, this was amazing. Because, like, in general, you didn't think you could get computer-rendered anything looking this realistic. Not to mention in a game where you could, you know, walk through it live. You know, Tomb Raider looked way more chunky and pixelated. And here, these are really smooth rock corners and things like that. And of course you had the moody music in some spots. So just as a general idea... Oh, let's try if we can do one of the animations. And I don't know if you saw this, but like the color kind of changed. I think this is actually a little more obvious on my screen than it is for you. So like I can because like it gets recompressed when it gets sent out, but it basically it puts a movie over the picture, plays the movie, then switches to a fully rendered picture of the target state. And so that means not only do you have the picture compression, but at some points you have the movie compression, which is a little coarser. So that's like something where you can still see how this engine works. But of course, when that gets sent out to you as a stream, it slightly changes the colors, and it also kind of blurs it with another layer of compression. So it actually, the small differences in color actually get corrected out because the compression algorithm goes like, it's close enough. So it's like for a moment, as the movie starts, it gets a little more brown for me, and then goes back into this more yellowish color. I don't know if that's at all visible on screen. Like about here, you can see the cut between the movie and the still picture. And as you see, these are all just fixed pictures as well. And as you saw, like, since they didn't want to do a version of each picture with each of these either open or closed, what they do is as you leave, everything folds back in again, so you don't really see everything. And this is probably, with the writing lesson from Myst 4 that we got, you could probably read this writing. But anyway, so that's basically how you originally played this game. And here you can kind of look through, and that's it. This is actually a nice detail that they kind of let you... Usually, you know, you would stop about here and you just wouldn't be able to walk, but that they give you like one more, oh, you're staring through the gaps in the grill. That's, you know, that's what a human would do. I love that they kind of like have this, these games have this curiosity. And know that, you know, you would do that, you would want to do that as like the type of person that plays games like this. This is so much faster than the original. I should have played this on stream. It's interesting, you don't really... I think this is just a still frame from the movie. This is not even a pre-rendered frame, because like here you can see the transition between the movie compression and the picture compression. The picture compression, I don't know if that's visible on screen again, on stream, is like here, up here until about here where the fingertip is. You can actually see like a dot pattern, like a regular grid, like on newspaper printing, with for that gray tone. And down here it's all very smooth but more splotchy colors, not as many colors, I guess. That's just a cool detail. Also the sound kind of. And that was basically all you had in Myst, or in Riven. And of course the full motion video for the few characters that you meet. But those are usually in scenes that are not interactive. So, and see, you have no idea how much you've turned now. Like, you're assuming I've probably turned left somehow because we didn't see that door, and there seemed to be a bend. I think this one might be a lot clearer now. Like there you saw the handle turn and with a box around it. So that was first one small movie for the turning handle and then a larger one for the door. And now it's a pre-rendered again. Like all of this has the regular grid pattern now. And it's such a beautiful game. Like all these designs. But of course it's all done with fairly chunky pixels and therefore kind of blurry and dithered. Dithered to hell, basically. But, you know, we didn't have much better, so this was kind of the spot, the something we looked at and thought, wow, this looks great. Like, you were aware that it is compressed, it is pixelated, it is kind of blurry. But then, you know, you didn't have high resolution screens as much, you know, the 72 dpi pixels per inch that nominally most desktops have were actually what your screen was. So it was just, you went like, yeah, I'm looking at a really realistic sharp picture. It's just my display has only that many pixels and my UI and my cursor also look that chunky. So this hand cursor, that was the pixel resolution that you usually had at the time. But of course you can kind of see the problems with this approach like as a player, because for example here it's kind of hard to see. This one is more blue and the stuff around it is more reddish. So I guess that's kind of how they try to make it more obvious that there's the door where you came in. But it was easy to get lost and not realize, oh, this is where I came from. Especially if you like went in there, solved a puzzle, went somewhere else, and then came back. You might go like, okay, where is the door that I came in through? And of course they had to render everything in all directions as single frames. Alright. And I think that's sort of... Oh yeah, one thing we should have a look at though is this book. Because of course one part of Myst was reading all the lore books. So how do those look? So this one... This is a book cover, so it's basically the same resolution. It looks okay. But that text is, again, this fancy font. And with this coarse pixel resolution, it's not super easy to read. They held for more than 30 years, but the corrections I made to Riven have finally failed. You know, like you can read this book. And like the page turning is just a wipe left. There's no fancy animation or something. They just slowly change the pixels from left to right. From right to left. So yeah, that's basically all you get. I'm a bit disappointed. I think there should be moving water here. I'm not sure why there isn't. If it's just for specific water in other areas, you know, like little pools or something, and they don't do it for the big ocean. Or if the ScumVM version just doesn't have... As far as I remember, what they did for the water in the original game was they basically had a mask image for like all the areas that are water, and then they did a distortion of the image so it appeared to be kind of moving up and down. Just doubling a few pixels, shifting everything up, and things like that. And maybe that's an algorithm that the ScumVM folks didn't have at the time. This does feel, I'm not sure, but I have the feeling that this is an older version of ScumVM. This one that I got from the GOG store with, I just bought Riven 1997 on GOG, and that's what I got. And that just is a version of ScumVM. So my guess is if I bought if I downloaded the current version of ScumVM and just used the game asset files from here and played them with that, it might look slightly different. There might be that water. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's just that the water is in a different location. But like that was about the level of technology they had. They could like distort this a bit so it would kind of look like moving water. It actually looks pretty good, I think, especially like how you see it on stream, because I'm playing this on 4K, so you're getting this downscaled, like the graphics are upscaled to 4K and then downscaled again to 1080p for the stream. So you kind of get a slightly smoother version, and your version looks a little darker than it looks for me here on my display. So that's, I wonder, let me just see if I can switch my display. I think it's not actually the brightness, I think the contrast is different. So if I no, I can't really, there's not really much difference between. Okay, interesting. I can't really switch my display to be as dark as it looks on stream, which is interesting. Of course, that could also be the screen that the stream is on, or my iPad on which I actually watch the actual stream, and not just, like my OBS preview is on the left screen, and on my iPad I have the actual Twitch stream downloading back again, so that like if it looks fine for me, but suddenly my connection is cut or something, then I can actually see that as well. So anyway, that's about all we can do here, I guess. And I think it'll all look more impressive Oh, do we want to try the lever? Okay, so that doesn't move at all, doesn't even have an animation. Just does click click, it doesn't work. But you can kind of see, like, the machines... And I mean, the lighting is fixed and things like that, but, you know, it's... impressive. Wow, that goes down. So here is one of those, like you see the mouse is the bent finger again. and you basically just turn 180 degrees. All right. So let's quit that, and hidden behind Riven 1996 is Riven 2024. So, and this will take a moment to launch because it has to launch all the world of Unreal and things like that. So we will see how that goes. Interesting. I like that this is not just a modern cyan logo, but that it's kind of still the same idea. First that planet. So that's cool. And of course here the menu is quite different. Like they have this sort of Riven logo for the new game now. I think this is supposed to be like the building at the start that you see. Oh, let's see, what options do we have? Let's go for audio for a moment. And let's see. Let's make sure dialogue is higher than everything else. Ambiance a little lower. Footsteps pretty low. And UI also pretty low. My mouse button and keyboard are loud enough. Okay. Controls. Mouse cursor scale. Well, we'll see how big that ends up being, I think. I mean, I think this is still the system mouse cursor. That actually looks great for me. It looks tiny for you because OBS captures the cursor separately and doesn't scale it up according to the Windows scaling setting. Oh, and you can have a hand or a circle. I don't know what the default here is, but you can see, okay, you can get the black and white cursor, which is almost like the one HyperCard had. And then this colored one is the one that Riven actually had. And then you can have different skin tones. Okay. So I guess we'll go with that, which is what they had back then. And also I don't want to claim someone else's skin tone. Invert y-axis, no haptics. I don't have any haptics, so that won't be. Vehicle comfort. This changes the comfort settings while moving in the maglev. Comfortable will turn on hide vehicle transitions. Recommended will dirty up the windows and will narrow the field of view. Advanced will leave it as is. Okay, I'll leave that as is, I guess. That kind of like dirty up the windows, those vignettes are kind of sometimes seasickness inducing, so I think I'm fine with this. Quick travel on ladders and vehicle transitions. Yeah, we'll leave that on, that's fine. Interface. dialogue subtitles on. I was hoping I'd find those somewhere. Whether or not you want to show subtitles at all when characters are speaking, we recommend enabling this setting if you are hard of hearing. Well, I'm not hard of hearing, but I still prefer being able to read, and on stream I've always find it nicer. Sound context, subtitles might describe important gameplay-related functionality depending on sounds. Recommend enabling this setting if you are hard of hearing or playing without sound. Okay, this is probably something we would have needed in that original Myst level with the train. But that can kind of be a little bit spoilery, so I'll leave that off for now, hoping that I will hear the actual audio. Color context subtitles. Whether or not you want to show subtitles that might describe important gameplay-related functionality depending on colors. Enabling this setting if you have moderate to severe color blindness. Again, I'm kind of tempted to turn that on just because the colors in Myst so far have always been slightly washed out. And so you had like a light blue and a light green. And it was kind of like, yeah, one is more Turkish blue, but then is that just I'm not quite standing the same way, or is that a different color? But I think I'll leave it off because it might spoil me regarding what colors these are. Maybe I'll remember that this option exists and switch it on to talk about it. Is this the remake? Yes, this is the remake now. Smart color visibility will hide the cursor when you're moving or inactive. Smart cursor visibility. Disabling it will show your cursor most of the time. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's see, graphics. I guess it has everything set. Motion blur off. Yes. We'll see. I think field of view 90 degrees should be fine for me. I might turn this up a little bit if I find that I'm getting seasick. So this is great. I love that, you know, especially given how few options the original Myst had. I like that they have the subtitles here, which, you know, back in the 90s, subtitles weren't a big thing. But these days, it's kind of something you expect from games. So, and the different audio volumes and things like that, so I can make it so the audio is easier to understand, even when there's noise like the voices. I like that. So, okay, let's go. So, one last thing. So I played the original Riven when it came out. I think I saw bits and pieces of it played in the last, 3 decades occasionally on Twitch. Well, Twitch isn't 3 decades old, but you know what I mean. In the last decades when I watched people play it on Twitch. I've seen it like 1 or 2 times, played somewhere, so I might remember a few things, but I have not played the remake from this year yet. So this is the first time I'm experiencing that, and you'll be here with me. So this will get... hopefully this will get me to be surprised and amazed at the level of detail and things like that. Starting a new game will clear the autosave from your previous game. Okay. Many ages, infinite truths. Old Denis proverb.
Thank God you've returned. I need your help. There's a great deal of history that you should know, but I'm afraid there's no time to explain. Most of what you'll need to know is in here. And for reasons you will discover, I can't send you to Riven with a way out. But I can give you this. It appears to be a linking book back here to Dunny, but it's actually a one-person prison. It's the only way to capture Gen. Here. Once you've freed Catherine, I'll come with a linking book. She'll know how to signal me. There's a very good chance, if all this goes well, that you'll be returned to the place that you came from. Until we meet again, take care, my friend.
So this is interesting. It's already quite different in some ways to what we just saw a moment ago. So yeah, for one, again, like in the original book, in the remake of the original game of Myst, they've changed him into a CGI character, which I can kind of understand because first, the people who played the characters back then have aged, so they can't really just get them again and hire it. They would have to recast the roles. And in the case of Riven, that's even more difficult because the actor who played Gain is actually already dead. And he did a really great job. And as far as I know, he didn't do that much acting. Or stopped acting not long after he did the original Riven. So there would have been no way, even if they just went, well, we'll get everyone and they're 30 years older. Some of them are just no longer alive. But also what's interesting is that there's a lot more props here now, and it's quite dark, but I can actually walk around here. So remember, in the original, this was a cutscene. He just held up the book, and it was Riven, and I was going through. And now, like in the original Myst, they actually give me a cursor when I look at the book, and I can place my hand on it and do the travel, which is cool. And also, in the original book, he was sitting here and just writing and not telling us anything. And I think this is actually a good correction to this tiny bit of a plot hole that they just go, oh yeah, he has to leave urgently, and that's why he just goes, here's a book with all you need to know, and go save the world, you know? And he locked away his book, which is also something we kind of see here now, that if you go through a book, the book stays behind, even though you're holding it. And so he has to lock it away here so nobody else can follow him. Or, if Gain gets us, he can't just get into this book. Although, also, I think he said a lot less. Like in the original game, he went, "Oh, I will, you will have to defeat Gain," and things like that. And I don't think he even mentioned him. I think he just said, "Well, here, thanks for coming, and please go through here. And I have to urgently leave," and that's it. I'm still not sure I like the CGI characters they've chosen to use. They kind of all look, I don't know, kind of weird. They're not, on the one hand, not realistic enough, and on the other hand, cartoony. And on the other hand, they're too realistic to kind of not fall into the uncanny valley for me. I don't know. I kind of wish they'd gone with just a little more realistic, so that it fits the surroundings a little more. Like, they don't have enough skin texture, and everything here has strong textures, so that kind of feels like something, how they don't quite fit in. But this might also just be because I'm used to the full motion video. But on the other hand, this linking book still looks blurry and interlaced like before, so that's interesting. Also, I like that the cursor is really still the old pixelated hand. That's a nice touch. Like, I guess... Oh, okay, I found a button. Good. I don't know, I can't bring up... Oh, okay. So F11 is full screen in and out. Interesting. F12 is screenshot. Good to know. Yeah, but I can't get into the menu right now. My guess is this is probably just because we're here at the start and they'll give us the menu in a moment. At least I hope. Then we could try, like, instead of this hand cursor, you can also get that circle. That's very Myst music. I like that. I don't remember it having this strumming in the original game, but like the Wii with the Riven text, that was the same, so I'm assuming I just didn't notice it. But it kind of, to me, feels subjectively, because I apparently didn't quite notice that. That's also cool that I can now move and only then does it trigger. And the lever even switched. He looks a bit stiff, but he looks a lot like himself. I like that. They did a good likeness of him.
Yo? Felicidades. Cacahuare. Muy buen Tagema. Recoba. Tagema. Su recoba. Wisira. Mutika boku wa nai. Wisira. Mutika boku wa nai. Boku wa nai. Wisira. Boku wa nai. Boku wa nai.
don't quite like the how he took the book away from us. That was much more visceral if you had the feeling I am still holding on and he's taking it. But otherwise, it's a pretty good representation of the original scene. Oh. Okay, I don't think that was in the original either, or maybe I just stood too long in there and talked. But so you see how that other person that took down the guard got away. This is actually nice because it kind of gives you, like, okay, I want to know who that is. I need to get over there. It gives you an objective. And yes, he's still there. Okay, I love that. And now you can kind of, you can actually look up and look at all this stuff. And they've added a few objects. Like, I don't think this thing was there before. Oh, you see the stars down there. Okay. You still have these cursors. I love that they just kept all of those. And that's cool as well. Okay, so these are all kind of hints at what this is. And I love that. Okay, and here you see stars as well. Whoops. It was like that when I found it, I swear. Can I take that? No. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, so they've changed this puzzle. I guess some of this is for VR, because I remember, like, I think you had to, like, kneel down and find, I think, like, you found some screw or something here that blocked this telescope or whatever it is. Okay. That doesn't do anything right now. Interesting. So this looks like I can move it over and it'll hook into... But it won't move yet. So don't know if I have to turn this on somehow. That pipe goes up here. That's also a lot... It feels a bit more realistic. Because in the old one, the pipe just went into the rock here. And that it goes up here kind of seems like it might be a more real location. And I like that you see the rock and the metal in the middle here. That leads to a recognizable shape. Oh, and there's a walkway down here now. That wasn't there before. And of course you can see the waves rolling in. That's nice. I don't recall the tram leaving either, but it's a good addition, yeah. After Myst in his 50s, the guy who played Gen became a marathon runner and broke records in the senior category up to his 90s. Wow, that's cool. You always have to turn on everything. That's the game, yes. But apparently they don't want me to turn it on yet. Because this thing doesn't move and this thing just broke off. Cool. But I like that, you know, originally you only had this thing and that crane mechanism was basically built into it. And they probably realized that, you know, having to crouch here, that seems to be like a motivation for a lot of the changes in the new Myst remakes. Seems to be that crouching is kind of awkward in VR. And so they go and move everything about waist height or eye height so you can more easily interact with it in VR. And the thing is, here, since you only had this thing and it kind of looked like this, it was not quite obvious how you would use it and what it would do. And with this, at least, you know, you have here where you see, okay, this is going down into a star field. And then when you play with this, you go like, oh my god, okay, there's a lot of... There's like suction going on there. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So that thing up there has a pipe that goes into the water and to the other island. And to this island too. So it's like all the islands are kind of connected via whatever mechanism is in there. Interesting. And this just, you know, just being able to squeeze in between here and, you know, see the next island. That's just so much better. Like in the original Riven, you were kind of stuck. You were kind of isolated in this corner. And you know, it was kind of hard to get an idea of your place in this group of islands and that there were more islands. And now they've made it so it's, you know, it feels more open and you can just look down and just, you can orient yourself so much better. And that alone makes it so much... That's why I went, okay, I'm not doing a playthrough of the original Riven. I'm waiting for this remake. Oh, and you see, like here, this actually moves a little bit. But there's this... knife stuck in there. And you know, you can walk up these stairs and oh, this is so cool. This is, you know, like this is what I like about these remakes is that mostly they kept their fingers off the original games and didn't change too much. And so, and now keep in mind, I've heard that they changed a few things in this game. I think they added a few puzzles and changed a few puzzles, and as you see, like this one is different. There's something you have to turn on first, and I'm not sure, you might have had to turn that on in the original game as well. I don't remember it in that much detail. But yeah, they just like give you they they didn't change too much, so it just feels the way you remember the game being, as opposed to being a remake that is just, oh, this is so much cooler than the original game. Although I have to say, again, like in the previous game, like in the original, these mountains felt much more natural and smooth. And now that they don't have to prove we can make natural shapes, it's gone back to... I mean, a bunch of this could probably just be like sediment or something. But it sort of feels like someone, took a spatula and basically built an artificial mountain. So it's definitely a different kind of stone. Okay, but now we're here, so let's go in here and discover all these things that I kind of intentionally avoided in the other one, because I wanted you to see them here. So first, let's go into this room. We've already seen that. We can pull these. Oh, they open much quicker. So what do we see here? Some guy presiding over everything. Then 5 people just standing around guarding. And then down there, I guess they're building a machine or something. There seems to be someone in the lower left having plans, and the other people seem to be doing some work. And I guess he gave them writing. Is that like laws or rules? And then there's a bunch of people with knives, so I guess he built an army or something. And here he measured. These are almost like tetrominos or something, like little shapes with boxes. I wonder if we need that. This symbol. Then apparently more papers with his instructions falling from a tree. Not quite sure what that is. I guess we can take a screenshot. This is so cool that it scales differently. Oh. We see a path behind here? That's different, I think. Did people have trouble finding these? Like, there's another button, like we had next to the door, so I guess that's not the doorbell. Okay, so we can see that there's a path behind that wall. Press X to take a picture. You can access your photos through the menu. Okay. Oh, by the way, it did give us some directions out here, so let's do those. So escape is the menu. What did I want to do earlier? Oh, right. Actually, I wanted to check if... because game audio seems to be kind of delayed. The lip sync seemed to be a little off. So how do I usually fix this? Let's see, I've switched that around. And let's go into the audio settings. And go back into... Let's see if that makes any difference. And of course, yeah, it nuked all the filters. So let's see if I can put the compressor on the game audio again. And yeah, I think this needs this. Yeah, I need to be... Sorry, I'm just trying to get the settings correct again, because it, when I restart the audio capture, it always deletes any filters on it, and so I have to turn on the ducking again. Okay. I think we're good here. And then it said hit the tab key to see my satchel. So that's the thing I did accidentally earlier. So my second book is gone. That's the one the guy took from us, but this one that he gave us is still there. Okay, let's now read this, because this is the point where we get to read all the lores. I think the tetrominos were worth noticing. Lots of symbols. Okay. 87-610. They held for more than 30 years, but the corrections I made to Riven have finally failed. The island has resumed the familiar pattern of decay that is the hallmark of my father's work. I must now race to implement this new patch before it's too late. So basically, Atris is fixing the programs his father left behind. I guess that's what inheritance is, means in software design, right? I only hope that my revised theories are sound. 87-616. So I guess the year is 87, the month is 6, and the day 16 or something. The verdict is still, well, I guess since both have 87-6, it's kind of likely that one of these is the month and the other is the year. Revisions to Riven completed. There are still a number of minor adjustments that need to be made, but the basic corrections are in and should be working. Something is not right. I've been monitoring the instruments for several hours now, but have thus far observed no change. It's possible I've made an error, though I've checked my entry against my pre-notation and can find no discrepancy. I haven't slept in nearly 3 days, so it may be that I'm just not seeing it. If the fault is with my foundational assumptions, however... Perhaps after a short rest, I will see something. 87,618. So that's it's about 12 days later. Success! It appears that my repairs have been effective after all. The gateway image has become noticeably clearer, and although it's impossible to know this with absolute certainty, the island seems to have quieted itself. Just a few more weeks of work and I should be free at last to go there myself and attempt to bring Catherine back. The past 8 months have left me little time to devise a strategy for getting her out of there. There's been no sign from her in all that time. I only hope that... No. I must assume she's alright, lest my fears undermine my efforts. And I guess those splotches mean he's been crying? 87,619. I did not create the Age of Riven. Unlike my father, I have never presumed to have such power. And yet, the future of all those who live there has fallen into my hands. So far, I've managed to read the page before it turns. The island continues to appear stable, and I would like to believe that I have saved a dying world. But the theories of one individual cannot support the lives of real people indefinitely. I must get everyone off of Riven as soon as possible. The problem now is gain. I'll never be able to rescue Catherine and relocate the islanders if he is still the man. If he is still the man he used to be. I haven't seen him in over 30 years, but given his history, I must assume that he's still a threat. His myopic mission to restore the Denis civilization has left too many innocent cultures dying in its wake. A pattern that would no doubt continue were he ever to escape the confines of Riven. For more than 3 decades now, the universe has been safe from his corruptive influence because no one has been able to leave that ill-fated age. The last linking book out of Riven having been lost in the Star Fissure upon my return to Myst. And that might remind you of something. As I fell into the starry void, starry expanse, I knew the ending had not been written. So that book he talks about is the book we found, the player finds in the original Myst and uses to start the first game, kind of ending up in Myst. That was our intention, to maroon my father on Riven by removing all the existing links to other worlds. And since the libraries containing the vast and intricate knowledge needed to construct linking books remained largely confined to the ruins of Dunny, he would be trapped there for the remainder of his lifetime, and effectively segregated from the countless other worlds that he would have invaded. This is what we achieved, but the way it fell was no one's ideal. And although the sting of it has gradually faded over the years, the deep pain of the responsibility for what actually came to pass has never left me. At the time, it all seemed so clear. Gain's destructive path could not be allowed to continue, but it was never my wish that the innocent inhabitants of Riven, who had already suffered so much, would be the ones to have to pay for it. But enough. To dwell in the past is to die in the present. And the situation is not the same as it was then. The knowledge I've acquired since that time has yet to be factored into the equation. 87,620. I think I have a solution for rescuing Catherine. Why it did not occur to me sooner, I do not know, unless the thought had been pushed out with the memory of my sons. A prison book. Many years ago, during a hunting expedition through the ruins of Dunny, I chanced upon a formula for a most unusual type of book. Unfortunately, as my father was then in the habit of confiscating my discoveries, I had to leave it behind. Years later, however, as part of my efforts to protect the vulnerable worlds linked to the books in my library, I was pleased to find I could still recall most of the formula, and with little experimentation quickly succeeded in creating one of those devices myself. The procedure is actually quite simple. By altering key lines of text but slightly, a normal linking book's connection can be partially severed, such that anyone who attempts to use the book will be permanently trapped in the dark void of the link, unless someone else then uses the book, at which point that person becomes trapped and the first person displaced back into the world. So basically, it's the Stargate thing where you get stuck in the buffer. The technique can be applied to books that have already been written, changes to the text being so slight that anyone who is unfamiliar with the code will be unable to detect them. If my father is indeed unchanged, what better bait could there be than a book that appeared to be a link back here to Dunny? 8772, so about a year later now. Trouble. My nightly analysis of the island's condition has revealed that the tremors have started again. The pattern, however, is new. The disturbances are the result of the changes I have made. This did not at first concern me. Tremors of this type were one of the possible side effects I'd anticipated during the initial phase of the island's readjustment. But in order to verify my assumptions, I recalculated incorporating the new data. The results were not what I expected. The damage to the understructure is more extensive than I'd realized. I can no longer go to Riven as planned. Catherine, forgive me. 8773. I must act while I have the time. The signs are as yet barely visible, but there is no question that the island's deterioration is accelerating. Total collapse is imminent unless I can keep ahead of it, and that is becoming increasingly difficult to do. Oh, by the way, that was something I noticed in the original game when Atris was writing in his book. He just closed it. If you write with an ink pen in a book and then close it, you will have a perfect imprint of what you wrote on the left on the right side. You have to either, leave it open a while so it can dry, or alternately, there's these little, it's like a D shape, and there's paper along the curve, or fabric or something, and what you do is you roll it over what you wrote to kind of get the imprint on that thing where you don't care, to dry it off. And then if you close the book, it won't leave an imprint. But that was just, I was sitting there and going, oh! 8775. With every passing moment, I gain a clearer picture of the incredible chaos that my father's shortcuts have yielded. But it's a dismaying process. The complexity of the problem is overwhelming. Okay, there's no key. There's no good end to this. The last few days have convinced me that the collapse of Riven is inevitable, and that at best I can only strive to delay it in the hope that at some point the island will become stable enough to risk a rescue attempt. 8777. Was that... wait, which month were we? Was that 87? Yeah. Just 2 days later, okay. I think I've come up with a way to subdue the tremors. It will require my exclusive attention for at least a month or two, so it may be necessary to discontinue these journal entries for a while. Something truly miraculous has happened. Beyond all conceivable probability, someone has found my lost Myst linking book and freed me from this prison. So now we know that this is during book 1. This is the ending of book 1. I immediately realized that this could be the solution to my dilemma, and I believe my mysterious benefactor is willing to assist me. The logistics of such a scheme are formidable, but the fact that it may now be possible for me to continue my repairs to Riven, while also proceeding with my original intent to find Catherine, has renewed my hope. 87-7-16. The last few days have left me little time to work out the remaining problems with sending someone else to Riven. It did occur to me, however, that if a way would be found to signal me once Gain... I like that he says, my father Gain had been captured, it would no longer be necessary to take a real linking book to Riven, and thereby risk the possibility of inadvertently freeing him. The deteriorated state of the gateway image would seem to make the use of a visual signal impossible, yet the picture remains a reliable indicator of Riven's condition nonetheless. By measuring and interpreting variations in the noise patterns, I am still able to observe basic changes that occur in the age, even though I cannot see them. The problem is that my instruments can only detect changes that occur at a fundamental level, and it seems unlikely that an individual would be able to effect such an elementary change from within an age. The idea may be foolish. Still, there is a known weakness that may be worth investigating. An unstable anomaly that appears as a rift between two separate realms, the Starfisher. But how this feature might be exploited, I cannot say. Sending someone to Riven also means that once signaled, I will have to leave my writing in order to take a real linking book there myself. Provided my father is safely out of the way, this should take little time. Assuming the island does not incur any serious damage during my absence, I should be able to return to Kavir and hold it together long enough for Catherine to evacuate the remaining islanders. Predetermining a specific signal may simply be impossible, but I'm afraid there can only be one answer to the question of whether or not I should send my friend to Riven with a way out. The potential for success will be greatly increased, and the possibility of disaster greatly diminished, if the prison book is all that is taken there. My father is no doubt expecting me to bring a linking book to Riven. May he not be disappointed. Okay, and that's it here, I guess. But so we now, if we take something with us, it goes in this satchel, which I think is a cool idea. I mean, it's, it feels right in a VR game for an inventory, but it's also, I think it's a nice compromise between, having that black bar at the bottom with, like, controls that show and hide, or just looking down yourself and seeing a bag. Okay, so I think we've looked at this one, but we took the screenshot with Steam. Oh no, this is a different one. So here something is eating all the forests and making books from them. Okay. This is kind of interesting. Okay. Now this one. That's that one character writing. Usually you would say, oh, writing stories about, dogs or cows or whatever that is, people, the sun, creating the sun maybe even, and flowers and worms and fish. But I guess this is, I guess, Gain writing the world into existence. Oh, interesting. Okay. So this is another opening, and there's a walkway and a turning cupola behind it. It has some weird symbols on it. Cool. I think you can see much more here, because I don't think you had these windows in the original game. Which one was this? This one was him writing the world. So this one. And this one is him as the book god, I guess, and everyone praying to him. Okay. I like you can just step backwards to get out of this again. It feels so much more natural than like having a mode. And this is the one with the little boxes that might be, whoops, relevant. And this is the cave we found earlier. Oh, and this, ha 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 ha, this is Myst. I guess this is Gain at the top, kind of smiting Atris with his linking book into the fissure. This is cool. There's a symbol on his chest that looks kind of different, so I guess we're screenshotting that too. I don't think the others have any. Oh, there is a little symbol in the hand up there. That's again the symbol he had on his neck, but inside a, I guess it's a sort of, it's not a classic pentagram, but like a five-cornered shape with other shapes in it. And here this is moons and stars and some writing implements. I guess we'll take a picture just to be safe. And this seems to be different writing, but I can't really read it, so that's a pity. And this is the thing, you know, this is about how we could look through it in the original game. So it's cool that we can still look through there. So let's find out what this button does. Oh, come on. Nothing, apparently. Interesting. Ah, now. Okay, I think I've switched the sound a little too low. SFX is 83. I don't know, maybe let's turn these up a little. Do I have game audio even? I don't think I have game audio. Or no, I do. Oh, I know. You probably had game audio and I didn't. Because when I restarted game audio, yep, it switched the monitor off. So now, yes. Okay, I just didn't have game audio. So that could be worse. So now I'm looking through here. And I guess the door is somewhere on the left. And this other door, the locked one, is on the right. The symbol is also in all windows. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's... Oh, in this one, you mean? In these windows? Yeah. Good point. Okay, and now we see that this gate is now over the bridge. Oh, and now we've made one full rotation. No. Actually... Oh. So this is blocked on the outside. And this is our old entrance. Okay, so now we've... It used to be on the left towards this, and now it's on the right towards this, so we changed something. So we've not fully rotated it yet. Okay, so we can turn this around. The question is, we can't be inside when we push this button, so there has to be some spot we can go to. By the way, this looks very interesting, if you can see that. So there's... here we see that spinny thing behind the house. And back there is the golden dome with the other path, so that's kind of like a Y shape. And there seems to be a walkway or something over there on the left. Wow. Earthquake. Oh, cool. Hahaha. I love that. That he doesn't just talk about, oh, there are tremors, but that you actually occasionally get tremors and even little rocks falling down. That's cool. And so here's the... One more of the pipes we saw going off somewhere. But if you see that, this looks weird. There's a hole in the water. Which is interesting. Because this doesn't look like, you know, just an island or something that is thin and narrow. Oh, and there's a fancy window over there. Cool. And the leaves are waving in the wind. They've put so much effort into this. Okay, that's the door we just saw. With a star-shaped, 5-cornered lock. So we don't have that, but I remember one little thing. If you look, there is this rebel knife in here as well, and there is this little thing that you can drop. And yeah, this is how a security exploit works. Ooh. Oh, we were lucky. Okay, so this is the reverse. So, this is the spinny thing. And this is our entrance upstairs where the push button is. Okay. And we came from here. And now we can go here. And that has a push button as well. So we could rotate it the other way now. And here, this is the steam vent. And that's the crane that we can see here. So that, oh, and right now it just all goes out. Okay, and so if we do this, yeah, then it goes down here. And no longer out the top. So that thing down there should now be powered. Cool. Oh, and what is this? Oh. This opened the gate that was blocking our way. Okay, cool. Okay, so now what we'll do here... Again, you know, I'm not super smart. I'm just... I remembered a little bit that you could turn this thing and that you had... could find a way through. I'm not 100% sure about the exact details. But... the general mechanic I still remembered. Like I didn't remember like that there was another button here or that this lever opens the gate. Although it's kind of a good one because so this is open now, but if you look now, it actually has a gate on the plate. So you now see, oh, okay, that's what it closes. So that's actually kind of good game design. Now, at least, you know, it was enough to remind me. In Minecraft, these holes in the water would be chunk load errors, but here... yeah. I remember, I think it might have been Myst 4, or maybe it was even this game, that we had... yeah, kind of holes in the water somewhere, so I think this might have actually been elsewhere in this game. Oh, and here's another gate opening switch. That opens this one. Yes! Cool. Okay. So let's see. This corner, I don't remember this at all, so I think this might be different than it was in the original. Interesting, okay. I don't know what we're supposed to do here, but apparently this has like a sideways and up-down blinking eye on it. I'm not sure what that does. Oh, and there... Ah, that's the path that we saw behind the crane mechanism. And apparently if we can get in there and across, we can go in there. Or maybe that's the way out of the cupola. Not sure. Oh, there's another hole. I wonder... This is a bit disorienting with that turny thing next to us. So there's another island over there. I'm also glad that they have invisible walls everywhere here, so we can't actually fall off. Having to pay attention to that would be even worse. So it's just... This way it's just enjoying the scenery and not being annoyed too much by the noisy thing behind us. But I wonder, like, we saw this thing up there at the front that we just turned on. And that looked like a little crack as well. And if we assume this is the spot where Atreus fell, a zoetrope where you see analog frames as an animation. Yes, basically. There was a scene with a pool where the water looked like it was magnetically repulsed and you could go down into an underwater tram. Yep. I didn't quite want to go spoil that was coming up. I just wasn't 100% sure at first whether it was this game or from Myst 4. But what was I about to say? Yeah, so we know that in that spot, so that spot over there, like you see that it's like a crack filled in with a metal cover. And that was what it was at the floor of the crane as well. And so that looks very much like it's another crack like these. And we know that it kind of sucked in air. And I guess here it's sucking in water. So this is just a waterfall into another dimension. If that's the spot Atreus described, what's it called? Starfisher? Something like that. Okay, so we've turned it, and now... Okay, we're now back at the entrance. So if we turn this once more, then we should be able to walk over there. But the question is if we're open here now, then maybe we should go over there first. Just check out what we can find here. Because that was, like, early on one of our choices and I went the other way. This looks quite different from how it was before. Like, it's a different kind of rock and it goes down and it doesn't have the middle door. Interesting. So they kind of removed the middle room we went past and now we only have the door at the end. But we're again here coming out. Lots of people praying to gain or something. Same style. I guess they're sacrificing fruit to him. Or to whales or something. Is there anything we can do here? Not really. We also can't jump. I'm kind of glad that... I don't know if I changed that, or if that's the standard setting for the game, that screenshots are X and no longer spacebar, because yes, this game doesn't use spacebar, but so many people are used to jumping with space. So if that's the default setting, then kudos. Okay, I guess we have to figure out how to open this door somehow. And I guess that's elsewhere. I actually think that's what the middle room did. So it's weird that that one is gone. Like in the middle room, I think there was a way to open that door, and you kind of had a view of like a screen or something that showed you that the door was opening. But it could be that they moved it so you would actually see the door. But okay, I guess nothing there. So let's push this button again. And then we should be able to turn this doorway that we have here to that left spot where we haven't been yet, where we opened the gate. And then the other opening should be here so that we can walk through. Right. There it is. So as you see, here is the other one, but if we open that one, I think we wouldn't have even been able to go through here from there, because like these two have one in between them, and these two doors are next to each other. So we can go from this door one spot to this door, or we can go from this door one spot to this door. But we can't go from this door to this door. And I don't know what... Is this the cellar where we came in? No. That must... Or yes, it must be. Oh, there's two on one side and one on the other. But these two are next to each other. So this must be connected to... This is where we came in. Yeah. This is where we found the steam... No, that's just the steam switch. Oh, and I guess this one is the exit? I don't know. I don't know how we managed to come from this spot to this spot. Well, I guess there's one in between, right? This would work if we just turn this entire thing by 180. Right. And then we went from this one to this one, because we turned it the other way around, yes. There's another switch. What is this? This looks interesting, but it doesn't seem to have a button or be usable in any way. So is that another keyhole? Ah, here. You can see it from above. Like we've now turned on the steam back there where that pipe goes in. That's this spot. Not sure if you can see that. Here is that thing where we switched the pipe, and there's a pipe going out the top, a chimney that is no longer smoking. And now you see that this device is on and the other one as well. And you see the metal in the middle, the orange corrugated line going through to that knife. Which is the fissure, like it's the shape you see in the opening to Myst above you. So that's cool. And so here below us is the other walkway. Here, you can see the spinny thing from which we saw the other walkway, and you can see, of course, that down there we looked down and saw the walkway. So that's cool. This gold looks kind of cool as well. You can kind of see how it's almost painted on, like covering that. I got an achievement. Monument to Hubris. Enter the Great Gold Dome. Cute. So, there's water here. Huh. Okay. This is interesting. Why is this such a weird knob in the middle? Is that a second puzzle? I mean, in Myst we had like cogwheels and things that opened. They had a round thing like that on the side. So if this whole rotating thing opens up and we can go in there somehow, then I guess there might be something to align here. I don't know. But it gives you a good idea of where you are. Oh, there's stairs down there. I guess that goes back to that walkway. But let's try up here first. Huh. Okay, those are the circle symbols from that dome. So the question is, this one might be the symbol we have to align to for this one out there. Is there another one here? No. So this one just goes out into nowhere. And this one is the sideways closed eye for this other island, maybe? Or that's a bridge. Okay. So I guess we'll have to turn down that bridge somehow. For this island, straight closed eye. I don't remember what this circle, the spinny zoetrope thing actually did. So I wonder if like you can set it to different positions and then it opens different pathways or something. I guess that's the one where the tram goes. And now I think we've gone round once. Yes. Okay, and now we can go either in the middle here. Oh, there seems to be a linking book. Okay. But that doesn't seem to be working. I guess it doesn't have power? What is that? It seems to have two symbols on it. Oh, I can actually zoom in. That might make them a little easier to read. Okay. So I guess there's not much we can do there yet. Perfect that I decided to go to that one first. Ah, and this is the secret path. This looks so great. Ha. Oh, and there's like words on these. These metal plates are stamped with some symbol. I guess this is, I mean, that writing already is kind of inspired by Arabic letters. Oh. Spammer. And I think this is, you know, there's this, if you ever looked into computer typography, so like what goes into actually putting letters and characters on your screen, like if you only know Western languages or even just English, then it seems very easy, you know. You have, for every letter you have one shape and you draw that shape on screen, and if you have a different font you look up a different shape. But it's actually more complicated, and different languages have different ways. So for example, in German you have letters that have two dots above them, and those are umlauts. Those are just extra vowel sounds that they distinguish. So instead of an A, which would be A, you have an A with two dots, which would be A. And in English, in some cases, an A is pronounced A, so like haven, and in other cases it's pronounced A, like in bar, but it's still the same A letter. And but in other languages, you have, for example, in English, there is the convention, I think you see it in the New York Times often, where they say for cooperation, for instance, they put a tremor on the second O. Or on the first O, I don't know, on one of the two O's, to make it clear that these are pronounced separately and that it's not cooperation. And that's just something nobody bothers with except some big newspapers who think they have to be especially precise. And that's an O with two dots, which also exists in German, but it's a completely different letter and a completely different usage. And and there's also, like, when you write poetry, sometimes you put like bars over letters to indicate this is pronounced as a long sound, emphasized sound, short sound, things like that. And so basically any letter can have an accent on it if it's in a Latin poem, for instance. And so there's many ways to represent the same character, and but then they end up being the same shape. On the other hand, there are also ligatures, which are letters like FI. If you have those one after the other, then you, in a pretty well-designed typeface, you don't just present an F and an I next to it, but you combine them, kind of their shapes, into one glyph, into one symbol. And that's kind of an F, and the bar through the F connects with the I, and then the dot from the I is sometimes connected to the arch of the F, and things like that. So there's very fancy ways of having several letters and then drawing one symbol in a certain typeface. So drawing text is very complicated. And in Arabic, it's basically a script font. So if you have two letters after each other, then you have to pick a shape where those letters connect. Or even in a Latin script font, you would do that these days. So there's a very complicated algorithm that kind of decides when to pick which symbol for which letter, and that sometimes, moves them closer together or farther apart, so they look that they connect, and things like that. And in Arabic there is one, it's a single letter, but it's kind of a ligature, but it's not just two letters, it's actually an entire sentence. And the sentence is something, I think it's like Allah is God, Allah is great, something like that, like a common phrase that is kind of in the Muslim religion used. And there's a special way of writing that. And so computer drawing, text drawing, has to be able to also draw this letter. Because otherwise, if they sell to Arabic countries, they'll go, great, how am I going to write this symbol? And this, after I said all this circle with these letters in it, with these dunny letters that we've seen in Myst 4 Revelation, these look a lot like they were inspired by this big letter, is all that I'm saying. I know, bit complicated. This was what was in the second room, in that corridor that we didn't see. So they moved that up here. Right, and here you see the bridge. Okay, that's interesting. And you see, here on the left is a gate, and here is the room with the columns and the gate. Oh, this is getting out. Okay, no, we don't. We actually didn't want to get out. Okay, let's see what we can do. Okay, that's the switch that opens that gate, and apparently that's how it looks from the outside. I love that they have these pictures and go like, you've seen this room, and now it changes. And since it's the left switch, you usually have it in your field of view and go like, huh, what's happening there? And so what does this do? Oh, this raises one of the bridges. Okay. Well, I guess let's... Okay. Don't quite know what this is. sure. Oh. Okay, yeah, we opened that. That should be fine. Let's see if that's a problem in any way that we now... I think that's the bridge for our exit. Like where we came into the rotating room. But I guess that's okay if that's out of the way, because we can turn it the other way around and go through the cellar if we need to. Or was it this one? Oh, this doesn't look good. So this would be the way over there. So let's see. Uh-oh. Oops. Collateral damage caused the Boller Island Bridge to collapse. Yeah, we found it this way? Oh, so I guess we have to get over to that island and then take a train to that island, so we can't take the shortcut. So if Gain wasn't aware that we're here, at the latest, who would be by now? So interesting, here is water. But this one still doesn't work. Oh. This is kind of split in half. Okay, not sure. We have to find a way to power this, I guess. For example, by is that just... yeah, that's just looking through. There's nothing we can interact with that. Okay. Here's the spinny thing. I guess we can't go over there easily. And yeah, now we've switched this one up. But I mean, that's okay. No, that's not okay, because that's the gate we just opened. So that's still on. not sure what that thing is. But it makes a nice buzzing sound. But this game feels so much nicer when you're not fighting the location, but you can actually see it. Okay, let's go across here and back down. And now that door is gone. Ooh. But yeah, I don't know if I finished that thought earlier, but this game feels a lot like this remake. The architecture feels a lot more. Before it felt like fancy marble and things. Hi Tada, for real. Liking it well. It's, as I was just about to say, compared to the original from the 90s, it feels the architecture feels much less fancy. It feels more like, a little more at least, like someone on a real world budget could build, which some aspects of the original Myst already had. You know, like the original Myst looked like, you know, like the library looked very fancy and the fireplace. And when you go into Myst, what is it, 2021, you actually get the fireplace is kind of raw brick, and so it all feels a lot less fancy, and here it feels a lot more rusty. Oh, is something moving over there? Yeah, we're getting... Oh, that's cool. You can actually see like a turbine or something. There's fire coming out of the end, or steam out of the end of that engine. I don't think that was in the original. I think that whole top area actually didn't exist in the original game. It was just like somehow on these tracks. And now it's kind of self-propelled. So I guess, do we want to go here? I mean, we could take this one. I think I want to take a quick trip back and just see what we can do with the other steam-powered thing. Now I know I can shoot myself in the foot with that. So I guess this is a good opportunity to save. Okay. So let's just go there. Oh, that still doesn't work. And this one? Oh, okay. Oh, these are all the symbols. So yeah, of course I know what these symbols are from previously. Generally, I don't remember each one though. Okay, so I guess we can't use this yet because we don't have a code for this. But yeah, so this shape here looks very much like that crack we came through. Yeah, I guess this is code protected now, and we can't actually... Okay, so I guess we're not playing with that then. But at least we've activated it for when we needed it. But yeah, it's so much nicer to just be able to naturally walk through here, I tell you. Like, it doesn't seem that different when you have these single pre-rendered images, but just getting randomly turned around and just having this opportunity to just look over there and see, oh, I'm now here. I went a little bit forward again. That just makes it so much better. Okay. Ouch. The water looks amazing, yes. I mean, to be fair, the water didn't look bad in the original. That was actually one of the better things. But of course here it can be, you know, interactive and stuff. So this was in the original game where you had to insert the next disc. So it was basically one island was one disc. In my recollection, that trip was a lot longer in the original. Hello? Ah, okay. The animation wasn't finished. And now... So this control was like... I remember that, so... But, like, I remember being a bit confused about it. It kind of makes sense. So this lever is which side do you want the exit to be on? And then if you turn it around, you can turn it forward to start going. And of course here you're parked, so it's kind of locked forward. But that's fine. But yeah, this all looks a lot less fancy now. Less smooth rock. And that's where we came from. Yeah, but I think that was a lot, like a few more twists and turns and things. More of a roller coaster in the original game, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it was just slower, I don't know. Brittle brown leaves arrive on Jungle Island. Okay. So that's cool. Let's see what's over there. Wow. Yeah, okay. This water... I mean, this shade of green is a bit... This shade of green, but fairly opaque, looks a little weird. But, like, all the darker blue looks perfect. And also these... I guess these are just, like, more fissures. Signs of this age being destroyed. Oh wow, do you see that? Ah, I can zoom in. See that? There's a knife stuck in the side of this place. This looks like a fortress or something. Interesting. And the soundscape is kind of cool. Oh. Okay. Maybe let's take a picture from here as well, in the hopes that I'll have a vague idea where I took this picture if I realize I need it. Okay. Okay, I guess this is where they got water. This looks like traps. Can I... They have like levers on them. Weird. Let's check up there first. Ugh. I think it's struggling to load. I was got a bit jerky there for a second. Okay, and someone, I don't know, stuck an axe or something. It's not quite a lurpa. Into the mountain. Okay, and down there is where we arrived. Okay. Also, if we had looked up, would we have seen that? Okay, let's go back down, because if I overlook something, I want to get that view. Because that's something you can do here now. You can just... Okay, you can see a bit of the bridge. You can't really see the axe thing. One thing I wish is that the run was faster. There's really not that much difference between running and walking. Okay, yeah, you can see it from down here. You can barely see that bridge. But just since you're so alone all the time, just the soundscape just does so much work. The islands are closer than in the original. Ah, okay. Is this my first time Riven? It's my first time Riven 2024. I played the 1996 Riven when it came out. But I've not yet played this one. So I know generally where this game goes. I don't remember everything. And I guess these are the trees from the stained glass windows in the Beatles Oh, this is cool with all the butterflies or moths or what they are sitting here in the sun. Oh, this is cool. I had forgotten that we got like the picture of trees being cut, and then here you get them. Oh, this is. I don't think this was in the original. But there's just a hole in the middle of the air into the starry expanse. Oh. Total collapse is imminent. Investigate the strange breach. Oh, this is cool. You can actually see stairs and another globe-like thing. Huh. I don't think this was at all, or anything like this was in the original game. That's cool. We would not have been able to look at it from angles. Exactly, yeah. So, but I mean, it could be that, you know, it was just like something in the wall or something where you see a breach. But I think they didn't do that here. And these moths or butterflies, like I think in the old game, when you come here, there might be like an animation of a few butterflies flying by or something. But that was usually all they were able to do. And this area in general feels a little larger. Oh, and I can walk. We definitely weren't able to walk over here, I think. Oh, cool. Ah, that's cool. Okay, there's new stuff here. Okay. Because I think there might have been an axe in a tree stump. But I think this area was pretty much just if at all, then you could see it from a distance or something. I don't think you were able to go down here. Okay, this is a mine cart. Okay, do we want to go in here? Hell yeah, let's try it. Oh, we're just jumping on the edge? I have no idea if this was... I don't think this was... Nah. I don't think this was in the original at all. Okay, cool. Although... I don't know, like, there was like some sort of vehicle that went through the water later. And I think there might have been one connection to an island with a similar vehicle, but I don't think it was a mine cart like this. A tree falls, a page arises. Arrive on Boiler Island. I'm not sure how we got here. I think... So what I remember is a location like this that's pretty much underwater, with this thing on the shore. And there was a vehicle that went kind of like a submarine, but on rails, and went underwater. So I'm a bit surprised that this is a minecart now. Okay, but hey, let's go down here and explore this. This is kind of cute, you know, like that. I've played this game before, I remember some things, but it's just different enough. I get what they're going for. I mean, I would have been completely happy with them basically just straight on redoing the original. Okay, so this is going up there. Okay, so now... So I guess this is like in Channel Wood in the original Myst. There was something like that with underwaterings for a tram, yeah. But, I would have thought that this area and that tram area was the same, but maybe it's just a similar looking one. And I kind of conflated them. Oh, this is... Not sure if the original game had it that obviously. This looks like a stove, basically. There's gas fire under the building and telling you, hey, this building is being heated up. It's just nice that you could just walk around it and see, like, okay, where does this go? It's just... and here we see the water. And what's this? Oh, now I've flushed the hot water, I guess. Is this where the water comes in, I presume? So what if I turn this back down? Yeah. Oh, and here's a switch. Oh, we've raised the floor to above the boiling water. Okay. So that means... Can we go in? Nope. Oh, and if we turn the other thing? Okay, that didn't change. Now it changes. Okay. So I'm not quite sure. So this one goes into that, I guess. But what this then is? What's the thick... Well, the thick pipe, I guess, just comes... I guess that just is just water intake. And so turning that away, we don't get new water. And I guess when I turn this... Not quite sure I understand how the mechanism is supposed to work. But I still can't... Okay. Doesn't really make... Oh! Wait, if I switch this over there now... So either you use the water to fill it, or you use the water to move the floor up and down. Still can't open here though. I wonder if there's like a spot. Guess you can't crouch. And how can we... So this pipe seems to be connected to the fire. I think... Well, the question is, am I missing something? Or did that switching... Let's see, so now... I've redirected that back to the tram. Oh, and I guess they were transporting wood chips. I guess for making linking books or something. Light is still red, so my guess is that means... I don't know if I'm even supposed to get in there, but okay. I guess let's just take a tour around the shore and see what else is there. Oh, I guess, yeah, we can't go further here. I think they showed a screenshot of this as a demo. Okay, so this is locked. So I guess that's... Okay, and this ladder climbing is not manual, it's just an animation. But I guess that means if I redirect the water over there, it might open up there. And I guess this one is broken. I guess if I get up there, I can walk over there. Makes sense. Okay, so let's, now that we have a goal, let's try that, I guess. Oh. Okay, these only work if I have it directed to that building, I guess? And I wonder what that sound was, if that was the door opening in that walkway, or if we have to do something with this steam engine thing before that. Nope, still closed. Okay, so I guess we need to first get this boiler full and boiling again, probably producing steam. And then okay, we don't really, we want it this way, so it gets steam, I guess. Then let's see if it... I wonder if this thing in the middle is... You know, I'm kind of confused. Usually steam, you have something that takes in water and boils it, and then you have the steam coming out of that. And here, kind of that doesn't quite seem clear. Like, it can switch... Like this thing in the middle looks like it's just a water pump. And so... what does... And this thing in the middle, this thing here seems to be boiling the water, obviously. But then does the water come in from that pipe? Or does it go out via that pipe? Or is that circular thing at the top a generator? You know, that could kind of be it, that it boils water in there, and that drives that thing at the top, if it's a turbine, steam turbine of some sort. But I don't think that fixed our problem over here, did it? Nope. So yeah, not quite sure. Let's see if that's necessary to at least get back or something, or if we even can get back. Or if we have to figure this out first. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I guess they put the logs in the carts, drove them down here, and then they got wood chipper. Okay. So I guess the cart moving is separate, and that directing the water to there was just for the wood chipper. Again, so we have these circles that keep the water away. I'm pretty sure even if they existed in the previous game like this, it was all more blue and not red, wasn't it? Oh, and this sounds like it's gear. Oh, I can't actually turn. This is cool. So many moths or butterflies or whatever they are. Usually butterflies are a bit more colorful. Kind of wish we had the Myst 4 necklace here so we could get additional background here. There's even a sound when you like step up here. That's such a nice detail. Aww, I guess those are the beetles that inspired Oops. Yep, those were the beetles that inspired the whole thing. Oh, and I can actually walk in there. Oh. What happened here? Someone put something around that hole. Huh. That's cool, you know, that if the world changes while, you know, when you return, kind of like indicating that there are other people here. Okay, so we could go down the right, but let's go down here first. You know what I just realized? We forgot something at the start. There was one way up over the bridge and one way down. And we didn't even go down yet. Oh, this corner I sort of remember. Ooh. Having a little... Hello, sir. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I remember that moment where everyone goes like, alarm, alarm, stranger. Oh, cool. Okay, there's another spinny thing. That's another one of those fish idols. That looks a bit like it might, I don't know, move. There's walkways above. Okay. Weird place. Did someone just... Like, these trees look like someone scratched off the bark? Oops, where are we going here? Oh, there's another knife in the middle of the scenery. I think this is where we came from, isn't it? Or not? Ah, okay. We could have gone down here. Okay. This is all so pretty. And we get music. Where are these sticks on the walls? Huh. Ah, pretty reflections. Oh, there's a person. Hello, miss, sir? Could you please... Ah, here is the location I meant. I think with the submarine. Hello? Hello. Hey. I guess we missed our train. Where's it going? Somewhere over there. This doesn't look like we're supposed to go down there. We'll just get boiled. And someone pulled up the ramp. Okay, cool, cool. Okay, so I guess we can't get here yet. Cool though. Okay, so I guess we can't do anything here either. On the other spot we could do things, but I hadn't figured out the mechanism. I'm now wondering... Yeah, that's the underwater thing, I mean, where the water's repulsed, yeah. But I think we had the thing where we took the cart. I think that existed as well. But maybe not quite the same way. I'm wondering if... Like, looking at this locked up right now, I'm kind of wondering if that's why I don't remember it. If there was like a split second where we saw some black thing with stars, and then when we returned, it was wrapped up like this. Okay, we're just here. Okay, yeah. And now I guess we can still go down. And I think this will be a nice moment if it's the moment I'm thinking it is, and that wasn't another game. Yes. This is a cool moment. Oh, they even stay. Okay, this is cool. In the original, of course, since they couldn't have you move while a movie was playing, when you came down here, they would, like, raise their heads, see you, and then kind of jump away into the water. Ah, okay. It just happens a lot later when you get near. Okay, but this is cool. And I think you couldn't go over here. So this is cool as well. Okay, there isn't much here, I guess. Okay, you just flew through the ground and don't even try to deny it. It's a bit, I guess they jump through here and swim off. Okay, I guess that could sort of work. Oh, we can't climb on there. Okay. That's a bit mean. I can't lie in the sun in their favorite spot. But that you can just... Usually, basically, there was like stairs and like a path, I think, over there. Like basically this path just like continued. And as you came down, you just saw the animation of them disappearing. And so now having this area just available to stroll around a little bit, that's nice. That's a nice improvement. When you click slowly... They also state in the original, it depends on how fast you walk and how close. When you click slowly, they stay longer. Okay, yeah, I wasn't... I just remember that basically if you wanted to pass, they would always go away because you couldn't... you know, they would need synced up versions of these animations for when you walk and things like that, so it's more difficult. Okay. Here we are. This corner I don't remember at all. Honestly, I don't even remember these things, but maybe they just didn't look as weather-worn. Oh, you can turn this. Ooh. Oh wait, is that something I did? Or was that just an earthquake? Okay, looks like it's just an earthquake. Okay. I don't remember this tree. Looks cool though. There's another lookout tower. Oh, and there's something that goes up there. Oh, that goes to the tree? Are they remote watering the tree? I wonder if these figures are supposed to be someone? Like, is that Gain? I don't know, Atris and Catherine or something? Or is it just everyone making a character for themselves? I don't really know what these do. Such a pretty place. Everything here is so... It's really nice. It's great. It's nice to see this area in so much detail suddenly. Oh, we're upstairs. That's the area where we were and couldn't get further. But they also pulled up the bridge here. Okay. But now we're seeing it from above. So that down there was where the submarine left us. Oh, someone left their food in the oven. Oh, that's not good. Hey, your food is burning. That's where it came in. Okay. That's a house. Oh. Oh, it looks like a school. Okay, no place to go here. I kind of hoped that whoever drove off with the car parked it here and we could like start unlocking the area that way. By going in here and then over there and somewhere up. But apparently they were smarter than that. Oh, I guess they are learning to write. Here's another number. Not quite sure what I'm supposed to read from that. Those are like 5-star kiwis. That's some writing.
Terekoi danni, ki bayem revat, al royem beetig tavom, ga bodona gayem. Ram.
Okay. Cool hologram machine. if that's an alphabet. A, B, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I guess it's their alphabet because from Myst 4 we know that there are more letters. Oh, these are the turny things. On that statue we just saw. Okay. That's a machine. Okay, so this is 8, I guess, because it dropped down 8 steps. Okay, I guess this is one of the things that I would need to note down. All right. So let's try. So again, this is something I vaguely remembered, that these symbols were numbers, so don't think I'm a genius. I just remembered. So let's look in one. I don't really know the system behind these yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 7 lines, isn't there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So either I miscounted and it's a 7, or more likely, since all of them have the top and side lines, it's different. Okay. Let's get another shuffle. No, that's definitely 8. Okay, we got twice the same number. Unfortunate. Okay, so this one is a 5. Oh, I painted it the wrong way around. Let's just draw it again because I don't have an eraser here. Okay, so this one is a 5. Why they're all going down the same? I need more different numbers. Ouch. Okay, that's a 9. And that's basically like a 5 with an L through it. So, theory is that a 4 is just that L part. that they overlay numbers. Okay, and that's a 3. So that's a 3, and it kind of looks like an... Oh, and yeah, that makes sense, because an 8 looks like a 3 and a 5 overlaid. So it's kind of maths, their numbers as well. Okay. Okay, again, that's a 3. The randomization in this thing is not very good. Or maybe the idea is that we see everything twice for confirmation. Yep, that's 9 again. Okay, and the straight down line that I accidentally drew instead of a 5 is a 1. Okay. Let's see if we get... No, we get another 3, not a 1. Okay. That's death, isn't it? Oh no. Actually, that 5 went fine. That was a 1 again. Okay, and that was an 8. That's a 1. Okay, and a 2 is this with the half moon on the side. So then a 3 would probably be the half moon with another bar through the middle. 5, 6, 7. Wait, I missed one, right? That must be an 8. That's a 5, yes. That's a 1, yes. Seems to be really eager to give us 8s. Yeah, that's a 6. That makes sense because it's a 5 and 1 overlaid. Oh wait, we already know 3, and it's the K-like shape. So I guess it's not a 1 and a 2 overlain. But that's fine then. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3. We guess that 4 is the other part of the 9. We have 5, we have 6 now, and we have 8. So we're missing 7 and a confirmation for 4. And I don't know if they have higher numbers. Let's have a quick look at what these numbers are. Oh, there's one with the round thing at the bottom. Don't know what that would be. And the others we know. So this one is an 8. This one is a 1. This one we don't know. So 8, 1, something. And that's a 5. And that's a 3. And that's a 6. 8, 1, 5, 3, 6 is the number it has written down. And then the 8 is 2 of these down. The 1 is 1 in the upper right. The question marky thing is very complicated because it's 2 in the upper right and 2 on the bottom. I'm drawing this so badly you won't believe. I have to make the dot black in the middle to make sure I can tell it from the other shapes. So the 5 is upper left and down. And the 3, right, yeah, that's a 3, is just the upper left. And the 6 is basically a dog with ears. Okay. So now we just have to find out what this huge middle one means. That was a 1, yes. I know. That was a 3, yes. That was a 1, yes. I wonder how one would build something like this. Oh. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 7. That makes sense because the curve on the left is a 2 and the bar is a 5. Okay. That makes sense. Six. And that's a 7. I didn't actually count along. That's a 5. Took too long for that. Yep, that was a 3. That was a 1. Already have that one as well. Six, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Exactly. I wonder if there's even a 10 in there. Or if we've now used up. That's 7. Still want a 4. 4, 5, 6. 8, yes. Yes, okay, that's the 4. So that makes sense. The question is, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The question is, can we make a 10? That's a 9, which is a 4 and a 5 overlaid. And this is a 7. Not you. Yeah, this one, is this a 10? Let's see, the sideways one is a 2. And the sideways one is a 1. So the question is, are all numbers sideways? So this kind of, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm finishing my sentences here, but I wonder if there's even a 10 in this machine. I think it's long enough that you could get like a 10, meaning insta-kill or something. But it's kind of that 1 and 5 are the same thing, just rotated. I guess it could be the 5 digit. Kind of that 2 times 5, 1 times 5. So 15 would be like a V shape. I mean, that could be. But on the other hand, for a code number, I don't know, but we'll see. Maybe we don't even need to know the numbers. Okay, let's do one more round and then we already know that one. That's a 3. We already know that one. That's a 7. That's a 5. And that's an 8. That's a 6. That's a 6 too. I don't know whether that's, that's a cute mechanic, but on the other hand, it's scary. Imagine having a kids game at school that is about people hung off their legs being eaten by a big, I don't know, fish or something. That seems kind of dangerous. They seem to have these fish everywhere. Okay, let's see if we can do anything with that machine up there. So I don't see a number nearby, but it seems we have one. Where it's like this, or one where it's like this. That's the only ones in that picture we had. So I guess those are supposed to be degrees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So they have 12 degrees. So I guess 1, 2, 3. So counterclockwise. They might have degrees. But then that doesn't really make sense either, because they had the double symbols. Okay, I don't really know if this is just supposed to be an indicator. Oh, this is... Careful, falling rocks. I'm still not sure if that's supposed to be just an indicator that these symbols are related to circles and to positions on a circle. I mean, this says, oh, there's 3 people at a distance. So that would mean that this might be the correct one. I guess let's try that. I don't see any immediate reaction, but let's see if the others have different numbers of people waiting. Yay! They stayed. It would be kind of curious if you can see them swim away. Let's see, was there one down here? Yep. That has 2. 1, 2, 3. Those are a whole bunch. There's the majority is back there, so this has to be the one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, we only have one. That's 10. Yeah, we only have one where 2 are next to each other, so that should be this way around. Not quite sure though. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But it was next to the 6. Okay, not quite sure if I'm understanding the goal of these things yet. But let's see. That has 2 as well. And I don't think I can turn them separately either. Maybe the group of people isn't that important because I don't see an obvious smaller group anywhere. Hello, Blue, how's it going? That might be a new puzzle as well. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this before. Hi. I'm puzzling my way through the world here. And there's a lot of butterflies or moths here. So apologies if they eat through your clothing or something. But this is so pretty. By the way, probably time to check if my bot works. Okay. Half of it worked. The other half didn't. We didn't get a clip, but I'll take it. I guess I'll have to find a different way to do clips. Oh! We didn't notice this corner yet. Let's go down here and see where that goes. There's some burnt stuff here. Ooh. Another walkway. That's where the steam arrives. That might be useful. Ah. Oh. That's been broken off. That's the classic, we'll introduce a puzzle. You have to just do this one thing, and then, yeah, but one is broken. Okay. So how do I take a picture of this so I remember where it is? It would be cool if they had a map and put the pictures on the map. But I don't think that's a thing. Okay. Yeah, Blue, little warning. First, I'm kind of at a point where I'm a bit stuck. And also, it's 9, so we're probably gonna be done soon. How do I get up there? All of this just goes down. Dang it. Stepped into the pond with my foot. Okay, let's go back up here. I guess that's if we got up into the city. Then we could get here. And I think down here. Was there another of these silly little... Nope. The submarine is still missing. Okay. So I don't really see anything we can do here. Except admire the beautiful water reflections on the cave walls. Alright, let's walk up here. So we climbed up here, so let's go back here, see if we missed something, but no. Don't really have anything left that I know how to do here. So I guess let's take a quick trip back. Still doesn't make a difference. Okay, let's take a quick trip back on the roller coaster. On the loud roller coaster. Alright, and now, apart from getting a nice view, we can see if there's something on the initial island we've missed. Although I think can we do anything on the other side? Let's see if we can turn around and just get out again. I don't think it continues there, but who knows? Huh, we can. Anything here? Nope. Oh. Well. Actually. Well, it's at least... Oh. I think that went further. Okay. And somehow broke off and crashed. Interesting. Okay, nice. I don't know if that counts as an Easter egg. Alright, let's turn it around again so we can get out. And see... What is this? Oh, of course, that's the camera. Because if we use the chair, have to see it somewhere. And so this here... Thanks for the shout out and the heads up. Oh yeah, it's fine. I'm doing well. I'm really enjoying, well, basically replaying this game because I played the late 90s version. And I just realized in the school we had a bowl like this with what looks like ash in it that was showing a projection. So I guess this is... I don't know, if we sit in the chair, does it project us? But anyway, so this remake, really enjoying it. Okay, so we can fold this one up. I just don't see how that would be useful in any way. So I guess we're not going to do that. Is there any spot we haven't been to yet? We haven't... But this number seemed to be longer than 6 digits, so I don't think we can do anything down there yet. Okay, I think... Yeah, here was the chair. So I guess that's what turning that on does. It kind of scans you. And that's why he needed to see people here. That kind of makes sense. And yeah, we can switch this one to move this one up. But there's really no use to that. And I guess this one closes the door again, yes. So also not very useful for us. But I guess that was that device, that was the camera to give us that view. So it's internally consistent. And back there, I think, was the bridge we broke. Yep. Turn this on yet, though we don't know how. Oh, this looks like a button. So, there seems to be a switch up there. So is there... Wait... But this one can't be tilted up. Can it? I mean, if we could tilt this one up. Then we could get up there. Okay, and I think we haven't done anything with this one, so let's see if we can rotate this to get over there on the left. Because then maybe we can switch that somehow. Still not quite sure what this is supposed to be. It doesn't seem to be interactable at all. Oh. Right, we want to go here, which we can't really go. Well, we have to get out the front, I guess, so this was pointless. Another one. Okay, so we can go out here. Turn with this button. I have to say that these hotspots, even when you know that they must be clickable, are so hard to hit. It's a bit of a pity. It's kind of, you have to be close and clicking them from above, which seems kind of weird. I always have to take like an extra step forward. Here. Now we just have to remember do we have our photos somewhere? Notebook. Okay, let's see. This one is just the open eye. Okay, a single dot. Let's try that when it comes around. We just missed it. I think it worked. Yes. Okay. So that's good, and now let's... And it's a thing that opens. Okay, so that was why those two circles were at the side. This might not have been the best idea. Okay. I can't turn anymore. Oh, now I can. Huh. Oh, these are the stairs that we saw through the hole. Wow, this looks cool. I don't remember whether this was dipped in black. Enter the starry expanse is the achievement I got for this. Okay. Did I just load the gun? Okay, whatever this is, it's flying around. We're supposed to hit a flying star or something. There's another one. No, I guess not. So not quite sure what this does yet. Oh my god, this goes down far. Okay. That's new. Is that different? I think that's... Oh, there's a button here. Ah, we're turning the other one? Oh, and actually connecting it to us. Okay, this is cool. And so I guess we have to go through these. One of those butterflies is here. Okay. That's one rotation, right? Yeah. I love that butterfly is here. So can I turn us any other way? I only see a single axis. How do I... think that has a number symbol on it. Didn't we have that in one of the photos? No, these are others. This one? No, here. This one. Don't really know what to do with this. I think that's upside down. Relative to us. I don't think I can do anything up here. Well, let's rotate back to the other one. Okay, so it shows us here with lights which other one we're pointing at. But I think there is none on this line. Okay. So that did something. Okay. I guess that's all we can do here, right? We're not on the axis with any of the others. Although this one, oh, that just says flashing lights. But okay. I guess that works for us. Okay, I guess we've used this one up. But it means we have to go there and beam one of these balls in there. But hey, that's a good start. So how do I get back home? Does it just... Well, I clicked the window and I think that slows it down. It opens it again in that direction. Okay. Okay. The question is... Okay. It continues running. The question is... can we trigger any of the others here? Or are they in a different spot? So this puzzle is kind of really different, I think, from the original. Okay, so the single bars we could try. Okay. Can't do anything else here. That's fine though. Good, I think this is a good point to stop because I don't have any clues to follow right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. That's way more than the 6 numbers we found at the school. But okay. This, yeah, that's the gold one. So we have to open from here. Let's do that. So we at least have the last spot. The next area we probably will have to explore. Was this the spot? Where the tram is? Yes. Right. So it's either that area or that one next. So we saw something on the tree island. So that's possibly this one. Or can we see it from here as well? No, that's the other one. Okay. So this seems to be Tree Island, probably. Let's just take a screenshot to hopefully remember what we gotta do next time. Anyway, I found that very relaxing and enjoyable and still puzzly. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it too, and we will button push. We will be having more fun with this game next time. Of course, Let me just fix. Okay, the sketch is on a different scene. Well, I'll fix that later. Thanks for the chill screen. You have a good one. Thanks. Thank you for being here, for watching, for chatting and lurking and all that. And yeah, if you're interested in more of Riven, or just, I don't know, want to hear me talk or whatever, then we can do that again. Same time next week at 5 p.m. Central European Time, Central European Summer Time, 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And I'll have to remember to look up. I looked up that we don't have the DST change for a while, but I actually forgot to look up when we have when the US have the DST change, because sometimes they're a week ahead of us, sometimes they're a week behind us. So yeah, that might be a bit problematic. Anyway, that was fun. Thank you for being here, and hopefully see you again then with more Riven. Bye bye.